Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing in the funny hunt for the funny guy of Galarian Farfetch'd. Or Farfetch'd, whatever. You can't really be hunting but one kind of Farfetch'd in this game, really. So, like, it doesn't really matter that much. I mean, technically, you can hunt the better one, but I mean, not with random encounter. Literally impossible to be doing that out. Cat is on the move. You don't wanna chill out with me. Understandable. Very understandable indeed. Kind and move. A little bit. Move a little bit though. I know, life is hard. Yeah. Oh, you're coming back? You didn't have any idea why there is cat fur all over my monitors. Definitely couldn't be you because you definitely aren't the only cat that we have. Good. Running outside again. She is strange sometimes. She do be. um. Um. Yeah, we are currently overodds on the third phase for the Galarian Farfetch'd. On indeed. Would I be hoping to find something today? Obviously, as always. Always to be hoping for something to show up. Cat, could you please stay out of the desk then? I don't mind if you are in the desk, but at the same time you sometimes do take a while to settle down, so... You can stay out if you want, don't just go back and forth. I mean, she doesn't usually go back and forth that much. Honestly, she doesn't really... Oh, second encounter of the day and already target, let's go. And since today is first of the month, there is a certain weather going on the wild area. Honestly, didn't even watch what it was because honestly, I don't care. I don't really care at all. Whatever it is fine, you know. It's not like I would be going hunting there today anyways. Because I was thinking, depending on like, I haven't planned the hunt today for anything. Like, you know, more wintry, Christmassy hunt. But it's most likely gonna be just that I will be going back for another phase for Dharmakam. And I hope that that one doesn't take that long to, you know, appear. Always gonna be hoping that though. As you know, it is a little unfortunate if, you know, every phase that I get would be going to like 6k. It would be very much of a shame indeed. Well, most likely that's not gonna be the case anyways. I don't think so. But yeah. It's a very good chance that if everything goes normally today, that we will be getting to 5k today. I would like to say that should be the goal. It is quite likely, but 600 is... I'm happy with that even, honestly. It's been, as I said yesterday, like a week since I have continued this hunt. Not for any particular reason, like I don't want to do the hunt, I just have been having some other hunts going on. Especially this was. Quite a variety of games and hunts have been done, definitely. One that you can even do only once a year. But yeah. Anyway. Let's get a good amount of encounters thrown today and I'll be perfectly fine with it. I'll be perfectly fine with it indeed. I don't want to even think about the factor that the Alpha Good hunt could be taking like 6k as well. Oh god. Oh boy, that hunt. It's gonna be taking like years. Hello there, how are you doing? How is everyone doing? Hopefully everyone's having a good day today indeed. I'm having a better day than yesterday. I'm feeling more energetic, whatever. Feeling more rested, I guess. I don't know why, but my voice, like at least for me, it seems like it would be sounding sick even though I don't feel sick. You love those. It's good to hear that you're doing good. Good to hear indeed. As I said, not having a bad day myself. Definitely better than yesterday. Did sleep for like, was it like almost 2 hours yesterday after the stream? Definitely helped me out. Are you up to anything today? Okay. Nice. I honestly would be feeling quite... I don't know, I quite feel bad for those dudes that can't just be having, you know, a chill day. You know, those guys that needs to be always be doing something. Of course, like, I personally also be preferring that I would be doing something and not just, like, literally just lay in bed all day, but... At the same time, sometimes it is just nice to just, you know, just chill out and sit somewhere, watch something. You know, chilling, it is important. Of course, different people think of like chilling to be a different thing, but anyways. Do be what it do be, you know. There we go. I hope I can get a nice streak from this. Well, yeah. Yesterday was quite interesting though, like food-wise. Like, we did make pizza last night. We didn't have cheese for it, so I need to go ahead and buy that. For whatever reason, like, my boyfriend used a different recipe that we usually do. And for whatever reason, the dough acted like weird. I don't know why. But like, it was very weird, like... I don't know what was going on with the dough yesterday, but... nothing too bad. Nothing too bad though. It did taste fine though, so like nothing in that. Yeah, because the yeast, for whatever reason, it like did activate a lot more than it usually does. And like... don't know why. Definitely didn't forget what it is in English. Or actually, it's one of those things that I know the word in English, but I don't, at the same time, I don't know what it is. It's bunch of words like that, and I know like there's a word for that, but I don't honestly know what it means. Like, I watched a bunch of like food related videos and then like people are talking about yeast, but don't know what it is. Because they don't like always showing like package or anything for that. They're just throwing, you know, ingredients to the bowl. So you don't really yet always know what they're talking about. There's honestly a lot of like ingredients like that I think, well, I know what they are in Finnish, But like the name is so drastically different from what it is. Or there could be the thing that we just don't have that kind of thing in here. We just have like something similar to it, which is usually the case. I think it's like the case with like cornstarch, for example. In some countries they don't really use it, they use like something similar to it. It's kind of those situations that you don't have the same exact one, but you have basically the same thing. Also, I learned something new today, technically. It was an explanation for a thing that I knew that was the case. You know when people tell you that if you have an oil fire, don't add water into each? I was taught that too, but like never it was said specifically why you shouldn't be doing it. But today I learned why you shouldn't be doing it. I just know that you shouldn't be doing it. I just don't know like what is the actual reasoning behind it. And like I think I was on 7th grade, which means in here either 12 or 13. Maybe even 11, I don't know. I don't remember how things work, but anyways. But yeah. It was very interesting that like that was the like that age. I think you like you could be and you should be teaching like why. It's not like you're in the age of like you wouldn't be understanding it, you know. But yeah, I always found it weird. Then again, it's not that big of a deal in here because we don't really use like gas stoves too much. Or at least I have never been in a house that would be having gas stoves, so like that's not like that big of a deal for us. But yeah, still. It would have been like actually nice to know why you shouldn't be putting water into an oil fire, but for whatever reason it wasn't never explained. But as I said, today that I learned that that's the reasoning, because the water is starting to boil and that it like tries to escape like the heat from that or steam, whatever thing. It's the reason. But as I said, it would have been nice if it would have been taught to us in school. Because even though we don't use like gas stoves in here, it's quite likely, at least like during the summer times, if it's allowed, of course. We are cooking outside with like, you know, campfires and stuff, quite a bit. Especially if you're like in a summer cottage or something, somewhere like that, that is quite likely. If you don't have like a barbecue for that specifically, or a grill technically it's called. But yeah, if you don't have like something like that, but that is like quite a place to be using it. I don't know how much oil you would be using if you would be cooking over a campfire, but you know, in those situations, if you would be adding water, it would be quite bad. And I think I have, like, the oil fire thing. I think I was taught that at home when I was relatively young. I think it was, like, said to me first before I even went to school, which is kind of weird because, like, at that point I, like, weren't cooking at all. Never been too close to a stove at that point. It's a good thing to, of course, like, teach, but at the same time, like, tell us the reasoning behind it. Yes, I will say one thing, even though I do remember the oil fire thing that on that water into each, I think I would be even remembering it better if I would have been given the explanation why. But yeah. But then again, you learn something new every day, though. Um, as I mentioned before, we did indeed start playing the Project Ozone with my boyfriend. Not playing it during the evenings. The problem that we are, like, or I specifically am right now is that for whatever reason I can't get animals to spawn in there. Or if I do, they're the wrong kind because I need one cow. Then I can, you know, be having infinite amount of cows. It's so annoying. I have been like I think last night I waited for, I combined like 2 to 3 hours. I was doing like other things in between, but sometimes I was just, you know, just waiting. And the stupid thing is that, you know, it needs to be like a regular cow. It can be like, there's fluid cows in there as well. It needs to be like a regular cow instead. So like, it's a little annoyance. It's a little annoyance indeed. But yeah. Also fun thing that I did do in there last night was that I need, like, the reason why I need more cows is so I can get mob chunks for everything that I need. So I can progress through like seeds. Was, you know, trying to get things from creepers. It was so fun. Because that mod pack has the funny thing of, first of all, very unfair creepers that, you know, once they start, you know, doing their things, they're not gonna be stopping ever. Also, it has the funny things of John Cena creepers as well. The first time that I did hear that, oh god, I got scared. Also, baby skeletons, they shouldn't be existing. They are the worst thing ever. I hate them. Also, in that mod pack, for whatever reason, there is a fun thing of that the skeletons are kind of unfair. Oh, thank you. I hope good luck with your hunts as well. Whenever you are hunting. Also, one thing that is absolutely hilarious about being first of... Oh, nice. Planning on evolving each. I will say, personally, I like Rowlet Shiny more than Arcanines when it's to Hisuian form. It's not like Arcanine is bad, it's just... I like Growlithe more. And I also kind of would have wished that they would have gone for something else instead of going like the same shiny as the regular one is. Or the original one, whatever my thing. But yeah. Since it is indeed the 1st of January and most games like work on 3-month cycles with seasons, it was such a hilarious thing to be seeing like games to be, you know, in winter times now. Because it definitely goes like that when 1st of January hits, everywhere is snow. It's not like we have been having snow for the like last 2 weeks, more or less. And it's just hilarious, you know, when there isn't even like one transaction day for like snow to be there. Like that there's like less snow for one day. It's just like full snow everywhere. I guess that is how things work. I mean, technically it works like that in some cases in real life as well, but at the same time, you can also see the snow building up. Also, the funny thing about snow right now is that it's most likely gonna be there now. But when we go closer to, you know, Christmas, I think it's gonna be melting. Because that has been the case so many times in the past few years. That, you know, we have snow before Christmas, but when it's Christmas there is no snow. No snow at all. The only unfortunate part about it is that it usually also means that there is no snow on New Year's. Which is bad because, you know, you kind of need snow to be building up rockets, or like another kind of like ground to be in a very specific state otherwise. But yeah. It is unfortunate. It would have been nice if real life would be working like games when there is snow. The snow is not gonna be leaving until it's like fully gone then. Would be quite nice indeed like that. Let's find you as well. Still game, I would appreciate if you would be giving me like nice things with the Farfetch'd when there is more than one empty spot. After KOing it, I would appreciate it a little bit more. Anyways, I wonder one thing about type matchups though, since you know it was a little bit of an issue that in the first few generations that, you know, some types, like how they interact with each other, they were thought wrong because there was only few options for certain types like Ghost and Dragon, for example. That, you know, some type matchups were like working very differently. Like, for example, I remember that it was a big deal that people thought that Ghost was weak to Psychic. Because of, you know, the only Ghosts on Gen 1 were Heart Poison type. And I remember that there was like very much of a question about ground and rock types, because there was only like ground and rock types. It wasn't pure rock types, so like people thought that rock was weak to certain types or immune to electric even in some cases. Because so like all the Pokemons were rock and ground. Not a pure rock type, unfortunately. Not even the problem of not a pure rock type, in my opinion. Just rock type being like attached to another typing would have been making it more clear, in my opinion. But then again, you always gotta be starting somewhere. Always gotta be starting somewhere. It is quite usually the case that the first game, whatever it shall be, it's not the best. Is it the worst? Probably not either. Or if it is, nowadays it's a good thing that you can just update the game. You can just update the game, so like, if it is that bad, you can always change it. You know? Even though most games, they don't really get... Most games, they don't really get, like, updates. Or some games don't get updates. But then again, there more likely is nothing that can be broken, like... Let's say that there is a game that you will be like filling in colors. Is it color by pixel type of thing, or is it like filling a thing? They might not be like getting updates, apart from maybe there will be new packs and they require like an update. But like Even if they would be broken, I don't think that it would be, you know, that bad. But yeah, it's quite likely that usually nowadays, even like a very small game that, you know, one or like other than that, like few people like do, it's most likely that it's gonna be getting updates to be fixing things. Which is quite nice. Is it sometimes unfortunate that even if you do see like a bug of sorts, that it takes forever to be like uploaded the new patch? Yes, it is. But at the same time, if that's the case, that you know it takes a while for the update to be actually out, usually then people are like, you know, be announcing things about it, and you know it has been fixed, but it's gonna be taking like a day or two to be actually be out the update itself. Because unfortunately some places they do take a while to be like the updates to go through the site, which is unfortunate. That's why sometimes some people, if they like make a small game with a few people, they just will like have their own website, even though it's kind of a thing that doesn't really happen anymore. They usually want to be having them on like Steam or whatever, the games. First of all, easy access there for everyone, and second of all, then there is not going to be the problem with updates. Because there has been a few games that I have played like years ago that that I needed to download from the internet, and when I did, the only way to be getting the updates was from the internet. And they weren't built the best, and I kind of did need to start everything again. I've talked about it before, that is very unfortunate. That's why I think it's a good thing to be having like a game that can be updated, like somehow, not just like literally downloading a new game every single time. Because there can be user error, and also I will say, even though I personally know how to, in most cases, to be moving like a save file to be working in a newer version, it's not that easy to do, and it's very frustrating to like people that don't know how to do it. Because you lose all your progress. In some games it's worse than others, for sure, I will say that. But it's still like very unfortunate. But yeah, I don't mind games having like their own websites, that's fine with me, but at the same time I would be preferring that the game itself would be, you know, on Steam or somewhere else like that. Because it is more convenient, at least to the end user. I don't know how complicated it is to actually upload things. Surprisingly enough, I haven't never done that, but to the end user, like player, I guess, it's a lot nicer to be doing. Surely can there still be the case that, you know, Surely can there still be the case of you lose in progress, but it's less likely. It's less likely. But yeah. But yeah, I remember when... Like, I don't remember all the games that I did play like that were from websites, but the game that I remember the most was Raft. It's years ago. And I will say that I remember playing it like decent amount, considering that there really wasn't too much to do in the game. It really wasn't. I don't think that it has been that long that in Raft there has even been like the story. Surely it has been a while since it has been added, but like at the same time not that long. It could be because I just remember it for the longest time to just be nothing over a game. You know, there's like those weird games that for whatever reason there is nothing to do, but you just absolutely love to play for hours. Ref was that kind of game for me for a little while, maybe like a month or two. But then I kind of lost interest in because there wasn't really anything interesting happening in there, but it's a cool game nonetheless. There's one game, I don't remember what it was called, but like it was supposed to be like chapter based. It was like you are gonna be solving crimes, whatever. And I think it was like 2014 when the first chapter came out. And I still think to this day there hasn't been a second chapter, and I'm so sad still about it. And it was fairly lengthy game and like quite hard as well. So like the first chapter like did take me I think like 7 hours. And I definitely needed to use like kites and stuff like that because it was so hard. You need to be clicking sometimes in very specific spots. Like even though your idea is right, but you're pressing in the wrong spot, you know. I remember that like it was like 2016 or 17. There was like then it was supposed to be having the second chapter. I never did. So sad. As I said, I don't think that to this day that it has anything. I think there has been like a new version of the game that did the either the developers made or like a fan made, like remade them. But like apart from that, unfortunately, it'll be one of those things that is lost to time then. It is unfortunate that there is so many like cool projects like that. You know, they are cool, but then they just are gone, you know. Very sad. But yeah. I've seen it to be most of the time more of the case of fan games. Not really for the reason that, you know, the original maker of whatever it is upset that they are making it, but mostly losing interest in the middle. Can happen like that indeed. Just losing like the interest to doing whatever it shall be. It's a shame. But then again, you know, understandable because you lose interest on things sometimes and it's completely fine. Nothing wrong with it, you know. But it do be. Oh, too far-fetched. Interesting. Very interesting. I thought that Swirlix was hit to you that is spawning, but no. No, it wasn't. But yeah, probably one of the funniest things that can be happening to like fan games is that they are getting fan games. And then it's like, it starts to be very confusing to me. It doesn't happen too often to my knowledge. But it's just at the same time, it's what's just so weird. The fan game is so like that it gets a fan game. And I will say sometimes it just feels like people are tossing the fan game name for certain games. You know, to be getting more people to be playing it, and it's not always really a fan game. Either that, you know, it like it doesn't have either the characters or like same style of like more or less unique gameplay, you know? At least that is how I see it. But hey, each their own. People seem to like them still. There is thankfully a lot of games. So everyone can be enjoying something. Oh. Oh, Cat is on the move complaining that she is hungry once again. But she doesn't understand one thing, that the reason that she is mostly hungry is because she is not eating. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking, how are you? I'm doing quite fine indeed. Oh, you gotten your owl yet? Okay, cool. Happy birthday then. Have you already found something then? Have you gotten your Rowlet? Or are you still looking for aid? I remember a few days ago you were looking for Rowlet to be using as false wiper. Oh, thanks. I hope you two are gonna be having a nice day and good luck. Nice. Thankfully, the Rowlet didn't take too long then. Masuda can be like that sometimes. Nice method otherwise, but annoying otherwise. If you ask me. Yeah. Is it one of those moves that got like overall removed on Gen Age? Or is it just the case that it just for whatever reason doesn't learn it on Gen Age? Because there was a lot of moves that were removed on Gen Age. Nice. You're doing it with random encounters or the eggs. I mean, it would make sense if it would be learning false swipe. I will say that I personally don't use false swipe too much. Yeah, Farfetch should be getting it at level 37. I don't know if it's the witch form. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Which version is it? Is it the Cantonian or the Galarian one? Interestingly enough, the regular Farfetch does learn false swipe by level up. Yeah, it's fine. Have a great rest of the day. But yeah, good luck with the hunt. Good luck with the hunt indeed. Maybe you get it relatively quickly. Yeah, I hope that I'm not gonna be going to double odds. That would be quite a shame to be doing it almost again. His first phase was almost double the odds. It's 1,000 away or something like that. You know, almost. But yeah. I'm kind of hoping to get it before I hit 6,000. That would be a very nice thing because I would like to do some more of like wintry hunts. But I would like to at least get a phase for this before I would be moving on. If this takes too long, then most likely I will be starting the wintry hunts in quotes early. Like before I will be finishing up the phase, because I like to finish up a phase before I start like seasonal hunts. That's what happened with Pumpkaboo, for example. But yeah, it really of course depends, as I said, like, does it really want to show up for me anything or not? It doesn't, then of course I will be getting, I will be starting something. Because I think that my absolute limit with this Farfetch phase is like close to Christmas. Like then I would like to hunt a few days for Delibird. And it's literally gonna be just for a few days, because if I get it, I get it, you know. If I don't get it, it's not the end of the world. It's just fun, I think, to do for a few days around Christmas time. As I said, this year, like around the Christmas time, it's gonna be a little bit weird for me, but I also say that I will be figuring out something. I will. It's something that I will be able to figure out. If nothing else, I will be able to hunt for it like at least like 2 days. This is one of those like weird times that, you know, going to see family and stuff, depending on how that does go. How many like off days I will be having. But it's most likely that 24th and 25th are at least going to be off days for me. Well, yeah. We shall see indeed. I hopefully everyone's having a good day today. Indeed, I'm having an okay-ish day myself. As I said before, but mostly good luck with hunts as well. Your luck today will be going quite fine. I have a feeling that my luck is gonna be going normally. Whatever it shall mean is a different thing, because if you ask me, my normal thing is that I will be going today the encounters and not really be disappointed because, you know, you have those days that you don't get anything. Or you have those weeks sometimes. I've been fairly lucky this week though with my shiny hunts. I mean, technically the nose pass was quite unlucky, but anyways. Oh, hello, Drifloon, wrong 5%. Let's go. I guess I could be again checking out what's the daily Pokemons in quotes of the game. Oh, what are they? Well, it's most likely gonna be something from this route because it's like it kind of works with the routes or something like that. Okay, it says let's find Pokemons. Strange, but sure. So nothing? Usually there's something, but sure, game. You do you? You do you, game. Very interesting how you do be working sometimes. But yeah, you know, surely at some point I gotta be getting very good luck with my hands on sword, right? Surely. Like, it is bound to happen at some point. There's just no way that I'm gonna be keeping on going, stuff like this. It could be that like I will be getting back to back. That would be quite cool. As I said, it is cool to be getting back to back, but if you actually think about it, it's bound to happen. Bound to happen at some point. Hello, Driflu. Don't you love those things that you understand why they are a thing, but at the same time you're like, why is it a thing? Because I started to think lately that, you know, since there is in some packaging that keep away from, like, kids and stuff like that, need to be having it, like, in higher places. Or like locked up somewhere that they can't reach it no matter what. I will say though that the problem with that is that, you know, the child's mind, it wants to go into the route that if you say no, they want to do it. As I said, I completely understand that, you know, there is that keep away from children, you know, that is completely understandable, but at the same time, the thing is that kids, they tend to be curious about things, so warning labels, say, aren't always gonna be doing too much. I know that I don't know anyone that I don't personally know anyone that would have been getting anything or would have done anything like that ever. But at the same time, I could also kind of see, like, as I said, kids is the warning label says no for kids, and then they're like, I want to try anyways. Because, I don't know, it is just feeling to me like that, that if the kid already has done everything in its, everything in the power that they have, they probably won't care about the warnings. Which is a shame, but then again, that is like why you should be putting dangerous things. Either lock them up somewhere or keep them away anyways. So that reminds me of one video that I did see not too long time ago, that they're basically saying that locks are useless because you can break them. But at the same time, if you need to be going certain the way to be breaking the lock, I don't think that most people would be bothering with it. First of all, and second thing is that you know, if it's gonna be requiring too much effort, it's quite likely that someone will be seeing it and, you know, calling police for it, you know. So, like, at the same time, like, yeah, I understand that locks are easy to pick and whatever, but it's still probably the safest ways to secure things. You know, it is quite likely that that's the case. Like, is it cool to be seeing how easy it is most of the time to pick locks? Yes. At the same time, I will say that like actually doing them in real life in situations, it's probably not gonna be that easy. Certain factors that, you know, are different from, like, you know, from a clean lock and one that has been used for years, you know. But yeah, I understand why people like them, you know. They're kind of interesting to see. But then again, that is just a thing. Kind of like, even though how many locks there would be made with new mechanics and stuff, there is going to be usually a way to break them anyways. It is unfortunate, but what can you do? But yeah, I personally haven't had an issue like that ever myself. But maybe one day. I'm kind of wondering one thing. We have 6 hours or so of sunlight anymore. It's always like interesting to think about how long or how short of days are gonna be each year, even though it's like kind of the same each year. It of course does change a little bit, it doesn't like always the same. But the good thing is that in like 2 weeks or so, or something like that, I don't remember, it isn't like that long time, we're gonna be starting to actually be getting longer days. Because, you know, soon they are gonna be the shortest day. Shortest day of the year, then it's from that point it's gonna be getting longer. I will still say I have talked about this like a month or so ago that I still don't get the people that are complaining about changing to winter/summer time. Because first of all, I will say that, as I said previously, that it's not that big of a hassle to do it. It's really not that big of a hassle to do it. You know, change the clocks. Especially because, like, most of the clocks, or I would like to say more of the important clocks, they change automatically, like phones, computers, like basically anything that is connected to the internet is gonna be like that. But yeah. And at the same time, I'm pretty sure the reasoning why we are gonna be we're gonna be going to switch to chime anyways to go back and forth an hour is that in winter chimes it's more likely that you're gonna be seeing sun when you go to work, and in most cases you will be able to also see when you know, get out of the work. But yeah, I still don't get why people are so upset about it. As I said, it doesn't really matter that it is, but also it doesn't really bother, at least me. Honestly, it probably would be one of those things that if it would be gone, it would be bothering me more. Because I'm so used to it. I'm so used to, you know, changing clocks 2 times a year. And also the good thing about, like, switching, like, clocks back or forward an hour is that at least most of our, like, clocks that require, like, you know, batteries, they will be lasting like half a year. So, like, it's about the time that you would be switching it either back or forward 1 hour, so might as well, you know, change them then. You don't need to then, like, get them out of the wall whenever they actually run out. Also, it's gonna be funny to go ahead and, like, in days, like, in like a couple of days when we're gonna be going to the store next. It's fun to see, like, what Christmas calendars this year did sell the most. Because you can really see when they start to, like, discount them, like, after the 1st of December hits. Like, you can see then it clearly. I mean, there were already, like, some calendars that were off. like halfway through November. Because they didn't sell at all, but still it's like interesting to see. Because surprisingly enough, it's usually in here, at least what I have seen, like with Christmas calendars, that there isn't really too many of the cheapest ones, because, you know, everyone will be buying them anyways on full price, because if they, like, cost €1 or €2, the discount is not gonna be too much anyways. Sometimes it could be like 50% off, but if it's €1 or €2, it doesn't honestly. It isn't that much. And the middle ones are usually what I see to be, like, the most in stock, which is a very variety of prices in here. You go from, like, I would like to say from €5 to like €15. It's the, like, mid price range. But then there is, like, more of the expensive ones that I will be saying that they go up to €30, and then there's the ridiculously expensive ones. Usually the ridiculously expensive ones, they also go quite quickly because there isn't that many of them that are gonna be made. Sometimes I will say that I wonder, like, why people bother with some of the Christmas calendars. Because, like, it's like, for whatever reason, there is like, I don't even remember if the other one did come back this year or not, but there was like, for the last few years, there has been like 2 Christmas calendars that for whatever reason, they have been like very popular and they have run out and basically as soon as they put them into the shelves. And one of them is like having for for a specific brand they have like chocolate bars, which funnily enough if you would be buying like every single chocolate bar individually, it would be cheaper, and also you would be able to like not choose the ones that you don't like. So like it is cheaper to be, in that case, for example, to be buying the same chocolate bar on the shelf than just buy the chocolate bar Christmas calendar. But then there was one that was popular and it was like a Christmas calendar that did have chips. But that was more of a unique one in that they were like very small packages, which like normally they aren't sold in here, like in that small. And also they were more exotic flavors from what I have heard. I have never tested it, first of all, because they did sell out like immediately. And the second reason is that, oh god, they are expensive. Are ridiculously expensive. I don't get like why they were so expensive. Like, it's my problem honestly with the Christmas calendars that they are ridiculously overpriced almost always. And it honestly doesn't make too much sense. And I wonder if they have made changes to the packaging anyways, because when I was young they weren't really environmental concerned in mine build. They were quite plastic heavy. And not the good kind of plastic either, because at that point they really didn't use like recycled plastic in those situations yet. At least not mostly. But I wonder if they are gonna be going for more of environmental healthy options. Not that I care too much about it, but it would be, you know, nice. Because I would like to say that it doesn't really require that amount of plastic that there sometimes is in them. But yeah. I think they have gotten better because, like, in most situations in here, it's heavily recommended to be using recycled plastic instead. I don't remember if have I, like, said it already. Probably have, but I'll say it again because I think it's very cool. That most of the, you know, the plastic bags that you buy from the stores, like, that are, like, in quotes, one-time uses only, they're made from recycled materials, mostly. If it's like, we have a very plain, like, bag that is, like, grayish, that we have in one store, and that is, like, almost completely from recycled materials. I think the only part that isn't from recycled materials is like the text. But like, do be what it do be. And there is like the other like bigger store in here. And it isn't as recycled material because it's colored. It's like white. It's colored, so like it's not that much of a recycled material, you know. I don't know how about is the like seasonal ones. It's like there is quite a heavy print usually on the like Christmas prints, which I find odd in a way. But anyways, I mean there could be always the thing that they are gonna be switching. They're gonna be switching like the print this year. You never know. Not yet. I like the idea of the like having the Christmas one there because it's the only one I'm pretty sure that they are having anymore. I would kind of wish that they wouldn't be doing it because it's unnecessary. Like, sure, it's a cool thing and everything, but not really necessary at all. Love double counting. Let's go. Because I wouldn't mind if the, like, the special, like, Christmas, like, plastic bag would be only for, like, if you buy a ham for Christmas, because we eat ham on Christmas. Very fancy ham, though, but still. But, yeah. I would wish that it would be only for those because the way that usually people buy their hams in here for Christmas is that I'm bothered with it. Is there actually a better name for it? No, it's literally just Christmas ham. But you can technically buy it all year around, but Christmas times most households will be buying it in here. But yeah, I like would understand that, you know, since when you get the ham out of the freezer, you most likely will be putting it in a separate package because you don't want that to be like crushing everything else. Also, it's quite heavy, so it's most likely gonna be the only thing in that bag. It's most likely gonna be the only thing in that bag. What are you? It's gonna be interesting. Oh, not too far-fetched. I love to see it. I would love to. I don't think that it's gonna be the case this year because the big store that we go usually to go ahead and buy all groceries in the first place. It's sometimes during like Christmas time it is 24/7 open for like few days. So you know people can go to the store whenever. But unfortunately I don't think that it's gonna be happening this year. First of all, it hasn't been announced yet. But then again it's only the 1st of January. Yeah, 1st of December. It's only the 1st of December, so they might not have been fully committed to it in any shape or form yet. Do you? Oh, I think you two should be out of moves, right? Yeah. But my reasoning... Oh, I should have waited. Ooh. Anyways. And my reasoning behind that is that the story is kind of under construction right now. They are adding like an automatic thing there. Like a robot will be doing things there. They're gonna be first be adding it just for like if you will be ordering like all the groceries that you want from the store for that first. Then they are gonna be adding it at some point so that you can go to the store and then just tap buttons and then the bot will be doing, or robot will be doing, like the grocery store hunting for you, you know? Which is a cool idea, I like it. Will we be using it much? Most likely not. That's a cool thing. The only thing that I will say that is a little worrying me about it is the thing of since if you would be picking them yourself from the store, I think the only problem that I have with it is that what about the dates, like how they're gonna be making sure that it's gonna be good for a few days, because I think it should be good for a few days. I very rarely want to buy anything that is only good for that day or the next day. Just because, like, I think of, like, what if I don't want it in the next few days? It's then gonna be a waste. It's then gonna be a waste, you know? So yeah, I'd rather do that myself. And then again, it could be done good. It could be that the robot hand will be picking things from. They will always be good for like at least like 3 days. In some produce you can of course be sure that they are good for more time than others. Some things they go bad quite quickly. And there is a question, that's why they are only testing it, like making the... Like, they are ordering the packages from there first. I would like to say for that reason as well. To see how it works, fix any bugs, issues, whatever things. But also, like... Probably making sure that fragile things will be surviving it, like eggs, for example. But yeah, it's a cool idea. The vision did change quite a bit, like what it was supposed to be originally, though. Originally it was supposed to be like on its own separate building, but Probably because they wanted it to be, you know, earlier there. Like, they wish that it would be like, you know, be able to be used like next summer pretty much. They are planning on that at least. They probably need to change a few things around so they could be building it. Because there was supposed to be first like an underground tunnel that the or the tube of sorts that would be moving things from where the robot thing is, from that building to the regular store in quotes. But I honestly think that in my opinion it's a lot better that that's the way that it is, you know. It's gonna be attached to the store itself. And probably the nicest thing about that is that that is one of the only like shop revelations. What's that? Yes, words. That's yeah. That's probably the first like construction thing going on stores that doesn't I guess inconvenience the experience in the store, you know. It's only like few days that are said that certain products might be a little out of stock for that day in like March. But the reasoning behind it is because they are like stocking the robot thing with it, well, with those, you know, so you know it makes sense. But like mostly it's not gonna be doing anything, going to the store, which is nice. Because I absolutely hate when the store is under construction and you can't be, first of all, finding anything and then you can't be moving anywhere because everywhere you would like to go is under construction. That is a reason why I think if the store that we would be going to, that I would be willing to switch the store for a little while, because in here it doesn't matter if you go to one specific store or not. Too much, at least, for us. It's like some stores that appreciate if you go to the same store, but mostly it's like if you go with the same like big branch, it's fine, you know. They don't care which one you use. But yeah. Doobie what it doobie. Also, speaking of like the two big store or two different like grocery store things that we have in here, like one of them is technically like they have their own different owners per each location, which is frustrating. Because of course they have the like few brands that they have to have there, like the store brand. They have to have those, or at least a specific one of those if they can't be holding everything. But yeah, because the one that is like technically having an owner for each location, it's very unfortunate because then they can vary very much on like where things are located. in the stores. Of course, it's the thing with the other one as well, but it's not that big. Because most of the time, if you go into a certain aisle in any of the not having separate owner for every single place one, you will be able to find them in either the same named aisle or similar kind of aisle, which is nice because then you know it doesn't really matter where you go. Because you know you can find them. It's only one bad thing about it that has been happening to us recently, and it was when we did go ahead and go to the aquariums, and then we'd like did do like a stop somewhere, do you know, or get something new to drink. And that was the only problem because it was under construction, and also it was ridiculously big compared to the usual size. Like it was like actually the grocery store part, it was like the size of like a shopping mall. And like that's not normal in here. A grocery store is the size of a shopping mall. And there was like smaller like stores around it as well, like a eating place for example or something like that. It was so strange. But yeah. But I guess that is one of those stores that if you know and you go there every day, kind of a store, you wouldn't know where everything is. But that is like probably the biggest change on that like main branch of things that has been a shocker for us. Because as I said, they mostly are like same aisles, have the same stuff. Which is of course greatly appreciated. Oh, nice background. Yeah, as usual, as I like to do, I guess I have changed it to be sunset time earlier. Doesn't really too much, and can hunt a little bit on the night time, like at least like 2 hours. I still kind of wish that in more Pokemon games there would be like a visual difference between every hour, so you would like actually know based on the lighting, like what time of day it is. Surely did it look awkward in like I don't know, Heart Gold and Soul Silver, or generally Gen 4 games? Yes, but at least like you would know what hour it is based on that. Does it really matter? Not really, but sometimes it would be, you know, nice to know what hour it is. That would be quite nice indeed. They're doing quite good on encounters today, I see. See how it is, game. See how it is. I'm not too sure when I will be hunting this next. It could be Monday. But I will be hunting this next, okay? It is indeed an option. Could be an option indeed. Because tomorrow, as usual, I will be doing the Dynamax adventures. I will indeed. To be Saturday, and it's not like I have anything else planned. It is always, though, a possibility that if I will be getting the phase done relatively quickly for that day, I could always be going for them because they're relatively easy to set up. There's only one problem that can occur during them, and it's that for whatever reason the Switch doesn't want to be connecting to internet. Thankfully, most of the time that's not that hard to fix either. Either, you know, re-enter the password or let's just try again. I don't think that I have personally ever run into the issue with Switch's internet that I would need to turn the whole console off. At least if I have, it hasn't been too many times. I know that that has been an issue for some people, and you know, it's very unfortunate. And I will say, thankfully, Switch, it do be, you know, turning on quite fast, so it's not like you're gonna be waiting there for too long. Like some cases you might be needing to wait 10 minutes. Not too often, but you know, it is a opportunity sometimes. Thankfully, everything has kind of gone faster as time has progressed. Thankfully, indeed. Imagine if things would be getting slower and slower, like in general. There's some things that technically do be going slower, but for those things it's better to be slower than faster, you know? You know, that's the thing. I will say one thing that I never fully understood when I was a kid, that why it was for most kids like Esper. Why this was for most kids a very big deal to be going camping, either their like backyard or to the woods sometimes even. I remember that it was fairly big thing for like the places that I went to school mostly. It was like everyone wanted to do that. I never did understand it. I surely did do it. And I like, it wasn't like I did mind like going into the tent and, you know, not be having a actual bed, you know, that didn't bother me. But I guess every single time that we did do that, it was always on top of grass, which I personally didn't like. I would have rather be like somewhere like where there's like solid ground everywhere. Also, everyone loves building up tents, right? Everyone loves them. I understand that they kind of need to be complicated so they can be so compact. At the same time, I would kind of wish that they would be a little bit easier. I mean, it is a possibility that, like, there was, like, we did have one change, and it was, like, very old. Like, I think at that point it was, like, at least 10 years old, if not, like, 20. But, yeah, it was very old change. And that went, like, quite nicely, honestly. There wasn't too many issues with that tent, but when, you know, that tent did get, you know, too old, and also the problem with that tent was that it was also quite small, so we would have needed a new one, or at least another one anyways. But yeah. It was very frustrating to try and build the new one because it was a lot more complicated. I remember that like almost every single time that we tried to set up the change, it always like because the rod thing that is supposed to be keeping it in shape was in multiple different parts. It always did break in the middle and was frustrating. I think for me there was only like one summer that I really wanted to be in the tent a lot. And of course it was like one of the worst summers to be wanting it. The weather wasn't the greatest, so like it wasn't like we weren't allowed to be there because, you know, ground is too cold and raining. And like every single tent that we did have, even though it did have like the rain protection thing, it never worked. Like never ever. And I will also say that I don't think that I would particularly enjoy being in tents anymore because the problem with tents for me is that they are quite small. It could be the thing that I also didn't have had always like bad tents as well, because for whatever reason every single tent that we did have like so annoying like entrance thing going on that I didn't like you need to like kind of climb into each. Like there was always like very big big gap between the ground and like the actual door part, you know? Which I understand, like it needs to be away from the ground a little bit, but the way that we did have it was like too much. So it was, you know, annoying to get in and out of. And also I always felt that the tents, that they were never like secure enough into the ground. Like we would always need to be very careful not to be like knocking it, because it could be, you know, be getting loose with that, which was very annoying. And it's not like it's easy to be controlling yourself when you're sleeping. I don't know about you, but I can't do that myself. It's interesting, honestly, the amount of things that we do when we sleep. And even like no one says anything about it, especially. It's very interesting. Hello, Farfetch. Lovely to see you around. Destroy you, though. All of the dudes. Let's go. Still more, nice. At least 3 in a row, let's go. Oh. There goes that, unfortunately. Well, my very good calculations. Okay, I'm just thinking how many encounters we have done and how much time has gone. I think we're a little bit ahead of how things go usually. Because even though I say it's 100 in an hour, it's actually like I can do 1 or 200 in 1.5 hours, but you know, it has been almost 300 checks today and we are at a 2 hour mark, so jeez. See the old deck number 300 coming soon, and I think I will be hydrating. I think it would be good. Rehydrating. There we go. Regular old stuff like. There we go. We shall continue, yeah. You gotta wonder though. With shiny hunting sometimes, like if you would only be encountering your target, if it's possible, of course. In this case, it would be. I wonder how many encounters I would be with the Farfetch if I would only be encountering Farfetched. I mean, I would like to say, considering how many I have altogether have done, I think I should be at least like halfway through the odds. At least, because considering that for the first phase I did already have like 1,000 knockdown because gaps into 999. But yeah, I wonder. I know that there is some people that in some cases, like they only count the target, which I personally find a little strange, just to being like counting the target like in regular random encounters. I mean, in DAs I understand you only are getting the one that you're looking for there to be counting. Hello, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Oh. Another Farfetched. Oh, it's good to hear. I'm doing quite fine today. It's feeling a little bit sleepy yesterday. What is the yesterday? Saying first today, then almost tomorrow. I'm meaning yesterday, yes. Yeah, I did sleep yesterday for a few hours after, like 2 hours or so after I was done with stream. It did help, surprisingly. I think today is not too bad of a day at all. Are you planning on doing something cool today? Some sort of a cool hunch? Always cool hunts though. I mean, I will say that honestly, if you ask me, any hunt is cool hunt. Because if you decide that you want to hunt something, then at least you want it, you know? It's cool at least to one person. It is quite cool indeed. I mean, is there some Pokemon that are cooler than others? For sure. There is. But some are cooler in other ways than others, though. It's the ones that you know are rare, and sometimes it's a certain method that you do for that hunt as well. So I will say that even though I absolutely hate the curry hunting method, it's very cool mechanic though. I would like to say that it's one of the more like rewarding shiny hunts, just because the amount of trouble that you need to go for each. Because you really need to be going in so big of troubles with that, which is unfortunate, but I understand it. It is what it is. It's definitely one of those hunts that you can't just be like half doing it. Like, you know, sometimes if you're doing like random encounter hunts, you can just, you know, be there for a while, but mostly with curry hunts, you kind of had to be playing all the time. You just can't, you know, be leaving the curry to be burning. Cool mechanic. I would kind of wish that same kind of mechanic would be returning at some point, but maybe if it would be better with otherwise. As I said, there's two ways to fix it in my opinion. Either make more Pokemons to be appearing, don't change the odds, or the better card you make, the higher the odds of getting the shiny. Because, you know, it still would be requiring you to be doing a minigame every single time. It's not like easy minigame either. I don't know how easy it is actually to be messing up with the like Charizard class one, because my thing is that I just always, if I will be doing it, I almost never do it because it's kind of boring. Is that I try to go for the Cooperacha because it's good enough for me. It's the second best anyways. Because the problem with the Charizard class curry is that you kind of need to have rare berries for it to be working. Which isn't too bad. But at the same time, like, they are kind of pain to be collecting. They do be. That's why I just make the Cooperacha class and just use like regular berries that you can just like walk by. Because why bother? Better. It's indeed one of those hunts that I should definitely finish up someday. But the other problem with that hunt is as well, the curry hunting, is that you can't really do something else on the side. Which is unfortunate. I think I would be more into it if I could be doing something else on the side, because like as I said, it's quite like you need to be doing things and they need to be done, you know? Honestly, I kind of would wish that they would have done a little bit different, like a little bit differences between the sandwich thing and the curry thing. I think it would be nicer if, like, it would be making sense if the curry one would be having some sort of a timer. There technically is, but I'm pretty sure that it's not like a visible one to you. Like, it would be nice to like know how long you need to be doing things for and stuff like that, because with sandwich making, it doesn't really matter if there is the timer or not, because the timer is 10 minutes for like placing the ingredients, and then like extra few minutes for putting the bun and putting the thing on there as well. But then again, if there would be the possibility that if you like miss a ingredient and you would be losing time, then I would be understanding like why there is a timer. Like, you wouldn't like completely be losing it like you do, but you would just lose some time instead. Alright. They're trying on new things. There's only one way to find out if new things are cool and successful, and that is to try them. Literally the only way. And I honestly quite like that in games nowadays, that even though like some things they might not be a feature that everyone loves, I still like that they are at least trying new things. Because I remember that there was a period of times in games that like every game kind of felt the same. It was like nothing too new. Surely is there in most games nowadays still like same features, yes, but at least they are feeling more different. Because I think a perfect example of every game feeling the same is Cookie Clicker and the 2 million different same things. Like, at least like experiment with new things. Because you're already like using something as a base. Might as well try to like actually put your own twist to it, you know? An actual cool twist would be quite cool. What are you? I know that there is, of course, a lot of games that are perfect examples why testing new things is a bad thing, but then again, sometimes even the feature is bad, if they like are in my eyes a good game in that they try to fix it, and not just try to forget about it. Because I think it's better to try and fix it than just leave a broken one in the game instead. But then again, do be what it do be. But then again, it doesn't always necessarily need to be the like the actual game developers that are doing it, because like mods are a thing, and I love those games that you can put mods in them, because like why not? Why not to be doing that, you know? It is quite nice. But then again, I will say though that I personally like those games more that have like in the base game there is like good amount of features, but then the mods like add up to each. I don't like the idea of the game being like blank without like mods or additional content, because it's just like, why bother with it? Of course there's like games like Roblox that kind of work with that, because like you kind of need to be making the games in order for the game to be really be able to be called a game even. But then again, it's completely different thing. It's not like the game tries to be something that it's not, you know? Well, yeah. It's interesting how things have changed over the years. It is indeed quite interesting. I love that the neighbors did leave the dog alone. I think that's usually when it do be howling. Oh, August. We go back to you then. Well, I will say one thing that oh, hello. You were closer than I thought. One thing that I would be quite interested to know is that how do dreams work? Because of course, when you are having a dream, like things happen faster in the dream, you know, than in real life. Like if it would be happening in real life. It's like wonder like how does it work sometimes? Like how can your brain trick you that things happen faster than they should be? You know. How do things work like that? Dreams, they do be very interesting anyways. Most of the time they don't make any sense at all. Most of the time they don't. So many swirlies. Jeez. I guess that is what you get from not having any recommendations in the Pokédex. I guess that could be the reasoning, you know. Don't know though. It definitely would be helping, I would like to say, because then like Swirlix wouldn't be so popular in here. It would also mean that Farfetch wouldn't be so popular in here, but it do be what it do be. Do be what it do be indeed. Oh, Stuffle. Funny little bear. Place to evolve into a bear. That is trying to be friendly. Does it do it the best? Probably not. But at least, you know, you'll be trying though. They're very impressed. They do be trying their very best indeed. Funny dudes indeed. I honestly sometimes wonder how some of the Pokédex entries are going through. You know, there has always been and there always will be like questionable Pokédex entries. Yeah, sometimes you gotta just wonder how did they get through, because some are definitely interesting. Of course, it's one of those things that, you know, kids don't really think about it, but when you grow up, you start to understand things better. It is one of those situations. But still, it's like quite interesting how things are like that indeed. It do be. I'd like to say that they have mostly calmed down over the years, but they're still there though. the ones that are more questionable. But one thing that I will say that I find quite curious about some of the Pokédex entries, though, is that how some of them have become true, you know, over the years. Probably the best example is Annihilate, you know, Primeape being so angry that it dies. Which quite literally makes sense why it needs to use the move as it does in order to be evolving. It's just like things like that, it's just quite interesting. Of course, like, it's cool that, like, they... like, some of them do come true, and, like... I guess some of them you can see as well in games nowadays to be actually be the way that the Pokédex describes the Pokemon, you know? As I said, like, the Viper and Zangoose situation that they are rivals, that has, like, been demonstrated quite well, like, in the games themselves, like, later down the line. Which is quite nice. And I absolutely love that since, like, Marini... Yes? Marini? When Marini was, like, introduced in Alola, it was already doing as Pokédex entry was saying what it would be doing. That begs the question, though. If there's gonna be Alola remakes ever... Oh god. Is there gonna be Galarian Cursula also available in Alola? I know it's in... it's, you know... like, Galarian version of it, but still... it could be, you know, be getting there. You never know. Never know, though. Would be interesting to see, though. Would it be a possibility that in Alola remakes that there would be Galarian Ursula there as well? I guess it really depends on, are they gonna be making regional variants, like... especially for the regional variants to be, like, available in games outside of their, like, region. Remains to be seen. And I'm not, of course, talking about the dudes that you can, you know, catch the white, like, get through trades or whatever. They are a different thing. Be interesting to know, though, that if one day we'll be able to get regional variants in the wild in another region. But then again, the problem is that, like, how would they be explaining each? But then again, it's Pokemon. As I said plenty of times, it makes so much sense anyways. It's insane how much sense does it make. And again, that do be kind of the beauty of Pokemon. And most games, honestly, that they don't make sense. Surely, sometimes it would be nice if they would be making more sense, but at the end of the day... doesn't really make to me making the most amount of sense always. Quite fine that it doesn't make sense all the time. But I hate those games though that just they make a claim of sorts and then like how the game works around that claim changes all the time. Like they say one thing and then it switches to be the other end. Getting confusing at one point. But yeah, interesting things indeed. I wonder, like, even though they don't really do it for new generation Pokemon, but I wonder what Pokemon that like is relatively new that would be able to be getting like cool new regional variants. I know that I talk about a lot about Mimikyu, and you know it would be making sense if it would be getting like other Pokemons to be as the costume because it just wants to be, you know, popular. That could be a regional variant, I guess, and it's relatively new. It's not too many generations old. But yeah, how interesting it would be that if in the next generation we would be getting a regional variant for for a Gen 9 Pokemon. It would be quite interesting, honestly. It's quite unlikely that it would be the case, but then again, you never know. They did make the strange thing that they haven't done in such a long time and give an evolution for a Pokemon the following generation. With Dribbling, for example. So like that's something new, so it could be a thing. But imagine, oh, that would be kind of cool. Imagine if there would be a possibility that a Pokemon is introduced in a generation, and then in one of the DLCs, if there is gonna be DLCs for the game, they are gonna be having like a regional variant already. How interesting that would be. interesting indeed. It would be quite unlikely, I would like to say, but it'd be definitely a thing that I would see them to do, though. I will still say one thing though that I didn't really understand about Sword and Shield's DLCs. And it was that Galarian Slowpoke situation. It didn't make too much sense to me. Because you could be getting like Galarian Slowbro in that. But I'm pretty sure that you needed to wait until this, the other DLC, or the second DLC did drop out, in order to be getting the Slow King. It's very interesting that you like get a cool new Pokemon, but you can't be getting the other part of it yet. Which is like very strange. I also still wonder like where will we be able to see like some Pokemon to be originating from, like Hapfu for example. Because I'm pretty sure that it's quite confirmed that it's not from Galar and Vesprod here. Or the Isle of Armor specifically, but anyways. It just would be interesting to, you know is it like quite common in there? And is the only place to actually be evolving Hapfu in Urshifu, in Galar, in those towers? Is there like something specific about them, you know? And nowhere else is. I guess that could be the case as well. But then again, where they would be getting the scrolls from? No, don't know. There is the case because there's some of the legendaries, mythicals, whatever things that it is confirmed that there is more than one of them. Like Solgaleo and Lunala, or more specifically, you can get more of the re-evolutions. Then there is, as I said, Gapfu is one of those things. Genesect is at least like that in the anime, and kind of is Deoxys as well. Deoxys is a strange one though. Same with Mewtwo. Mewtwo is another one that there is, at least in the anime, more than one. But you could technically say that they come from different regions, so that's still very interesting. Quite similar to them, there is of course the Ultra Beast in the Ultra games that you can get a bunch of. Will be quite interesting indeed. Of course, the Ultra Beasts, they are like, of course, from where they where you find them in the first place. Then there is the kind of the same thing with Solgaleo and Lunala as well. It is kind of confirmed that wherever they are in they are, you know, quite common there. And I mean, you can literally be getting more of them yourself in the game. Yeah, but Kafu is one of the interesting ones. Like, what if it would be having, like, friendship-based evolution, like, alone? I guess the thing that you need to do with Gafu is to raise its friendship by going into specific spots. That's the easiest way to be having each. But I just wonder, though. Could Kafu be very common somewhere? And what kind of place it could be? Very fitting place would be like somewhere surrounded by bamboo, but I think for me another one that could also be making sense is the thing. It's also like a cold place for whatever reason. I don't know where does it come from, but kind of would like to say the Kafu could also be from a cold place as well. But then again, interesting to see if ever we'll be able to see them in the wild like that. That's the thing, unfortunately, with legendary slash mythicals, that they're most likely just gonna be like that game's one of the time, one of a kind of Pokemons. It's fine, whatever, but at the same time, I would wish sometimes that, you know, you would be able to see more of them, though. Like, I don't want, like... I don't want the, like, mythicals, for example, to be in every generation, you know? But, you know, maybe, like, if it makes sense for that region to be having it, because... I will say personally that not every single... Not every single mythical makes sense in the region that they are in. Some, like, tie more into things than others. Like, for example, shaming doesn't necessarily mean, like, make sense that it's there. No, but at least the environment and the way that you encounter each, that makes sense. Like, why shaman is there, you know? And there's something like the Oxys. Like, why is it the place that it's in? It's strange. That's honestly probably why I like Mew's other location, like where you can actually catch it in the wild. Because, like, it's kind of a jungle theme, like more of a tropical place, you know? Considering, like, the backstory of Mew. It makes quite a good amount of sense in my mind. But yeah. It'll be what it do be. I quite like it. That it is indeed. Indeed there. The unfortunate thing is that nowadays most of the mythicals specifically don't make too much sense because you're just... Here is a mythical. Which is unfortunate. Like, At least don't just give it to us, let us to be at least going somewhere to be finding each. But I guess mythicals, they have kind of always been more... Some more than others, of course, but they have been more on the movie thing. Like, they have more been into those. Like, you can see their stories and such. Which is good and a bad thing, because that makes like some of the mythicals to be annoying than others. As I know that Hoopa is a mythical, whatever, it's like it has a movie anyways, and that's the reason why most people don't like Hoopa, is because Hoopa was annoying. Which is, you know, fair enough. Which is fair enough indeed, but at the same time, like, it's a little bit of a shame. At least I will say that Hoopa is at least one of the mythicals that, you know, has something related to it in the games. At least, you know, in Auras. It has like the rings attached to it that are all like over the place. So like that's quite nice. It has that going on. Makes it to feel a little bit more special of a mythical in that. It'll be what it to be. And then again, as much as I like those like one-time locations, I would wish when the mythical or whatever legendary Pokemon is in there, and after that there would be random Pokemons there. Like they would be back there. Because, you know, that would be making those places to be having something more going on with them, you know, than they have really now. It's a shame. It is quite a bit of a shame indeed. You know, you only encounter one Pokemon in a specific location. It's a shame. Especially if it's like a relatively easy location to be like getting into. Like, I would like to say that Shaman's location would be quite easy to get back to. But yeah, it's a shame that, you know, there is no way that you can do anything with that. I think there's few places that you can do that, but most of the places, indeed, after you have catched the legendary or the mythical Pokemon, it's empty. Very sad. Because as I said, I think I mentioned it before. I have a feeling that I have, but anyways. Like, for example, like, there is a Pokemon somewhere that maybe have like caused troubles before, And that's why, you know, no Pokemons are in there, but once, you know, it's captured or defeated, it like makes the Pokemons to want to be there again. I would quite like that. It's unfortunate there is so many locations in Pokemon game that they don't really encourage you to go back to there after like capturing like one special Pokemon there. It's not like it hasn't been the case for quite some time, because there's definitely been locations like that since the beginning. At least the good thing with like Mewtwo is like the only one that I can think of to be like very obscure location, legendary on Gen 1, but at least the cave still has like random Pokemons in them. Surely there is no need to be going like where Mewtwo is, but at least it does bring the value, but at the same time it does encourage you to go back there in most games. There's some games that you may be getting something cool if you would be going back there, but apart from that, like nothing too much at all. Nothing too much at all. Yeah, anyways. But yeah, it is the case for games in general that I find it very unfortunate that if a location is only available in one part of the game and then nowhere else ever. Not because like I necessarily want to go back to them, but you know, would be cool to see them afterwards. Like maybe they're like the only way that you can be in a place is in a Akatsuki, so you know you can't really look around. But if you could be going back there, then you could be, you know, looking around. It would be quite nice indeed. Also, how can the Poké Center be in both of the images there in the same spot? Excuse me. Anyways, that's the true camera trick. The Poké, not the Poké Center, the Poké. No, daycare is in the same spot in both cameras. Because then that would mean that I, like, the other Pokemon should be showing in both of them. Oh, camera tricks, you love them. Anyways. Fun. Fun indeed. Oh, who's this shuffle? Let's go. Yeah, even though, as I said, I'm not the type of person that always likes to, you know, look around in areas that are like, well, like cool places, you know. But at the same time, I'm always interested in hearing like theories about the games. And if there isn't like not an easy way to be like exploring a room, for example, it is very unfortunate because like there could be like some details that, you know, you just can't see. But since it is in like in only one cutscene, then you can never really know that is there, you know. We'll say though, it's quite unfortunate that most of the games in general nowadays, they don't really have Easter eggs to games, or like Easter eggs in general. I don't know honestly what caused that trend to be not a thing anymore. As I said, it's a kind of a shame. Always it's cool to be finding cool things in games. I just don't understand like why it's not as a big thing anymore. It would be quite a shame. It is still a thing though, it's not like they have stopped it, but it has become less and less of a thing. I guess because maybe most of them would be replaced by like having memes in games. Hello there. How are you doing? I'm doing quite not good today. Thanks for asking. Quite good indeed. Are you hunting anything today? Oh, nice. I don't think that there is a ability to be boosting fighting types. And even if it would, I think Stuffle would be everywhere. Oh, nice. What way are you hunting, Legion? Yeah, Sword and Shield or Alola games. This would make sense though. Yeah. Good luck with it then. Yeah, with the abilities that boost certain type to be spawning more, there is honestly very limited amount of them. What do you mean it's the only way to hunt the legend? Or is it the only way to you? Because you can hunt them in... You can hunt the Alola starters in Alola games by soft resetting. Linen is a cat, as I did. It's from Alola, it's a fire cat. You can hunt it in there if you would like to. It's not the only way. I only started to lock in starters from Sword and Shield. That is fair enough. I mean, I will say though that, of course, the perfect answer to if you're scared of resetting over a shiny is that just take a longer time checking them. That is what I did do with my Piplup. I always waited, even though I was certain that it wasn't a shiny, I always waited until it would be sparkling. And Liden is quite a different looking, so it's not the hardest one to do. I would like to say that the one that people would be struggling the most would be Papilio. It changes the least out of the three. One turns into almost completely opposite from black to white. Another one turns into quite bright green from the usual brown. And Papilioid doesn't change that much. But yeah. Yeah. It is sometimes unfortunate that some hunts they do take a while. Yeah. But then again, like in regular situations, the starters or the Shino starters in Legends Arceus, there's like max 2 of them at map at the same time. Actually 3, because there can be... There's the fully evolved one, there is a chance for the mid evolution or the first evolution. But yeah, there really isn't too many of them at a time. A shame, but understandable. They are rare things. But yeah, someday. Someday indeed. You get the Alpha Empoleon instead. Would it be funny like that? Not the thing that I was looking for, but it's an alpha that's kind of cool. What do you mean by that? That they show like the Gen 5 ones? Yeah, that would be kind of cool. That could be cool. And the problem with like having like it to be like having with that is that nowadays people tend to be getting upset about things more, so if they don't get what they think they would be getting, they are gonna be upset about it, you know? Yeah, but that would be cool, I won't say that, but at the same time I don't think so, but you never know though. Maybe Chen Chen will be again like a soft reboot for the series. Every 5 generations is gonna be a soft reboot for the series. Even though it wasn't too well received the first time around. And honestly, I don't think that what do you mean by call for a fan Pokemon? Like voting which fan Pokemon would be added? Or what is like fans' favorite? Yeah, it could be cool if like fans Pokemon would be added. Could be. But then again, there is always the problem with that then they are complaining that, hey, mine weren't that age. There is things like that always. Someone is gonna be upset about it. I mean, someone will be complaining because then they are like, this one should have been getting more votes. Yeah, but everyone is, or someone is always upset about the mob votes on from Minecraft. There is always gonna be people that hate the one that they wanted didn't get added. But it would be cool. I remember there was like there can be with Minecraft as well. There could be the thing that people ask for certain, like they have the mob vote and then they will be adding everything anyways. Like the mob vote didn't even matter. Because I know that people are now complaining that they did vote for phantoms to be in the game. Were a cool idea at first, but now they're just annoying everyone. But then again, they do be adding a lot of new, like, other content as well. They have been, honestly, in the last few updates, it has been unfortunate that they have been cut to parts. But you gotta remember every single time that making a game isn't as easy as it seems like. There's gonna be issues with things, how things interact and stuff like that. But then again, I'm the type of person that I don't want too many new things to be introduced into the game at once. I'm that kind of person myself. Yeah, that's the issue with like having like a vote with fans. That if they have a vote, someone is gonna be upset about it, and then they are saying that they need to bring everything. But then, what is the point of the vote then? But yeah. I will say myself that I think the mob vote that was this year, that I personally think that all the options were bad. I don't really see a reason behind any of them to be in the game. Because I will say that even though I probably wouldn't be using it too much, what is the like copper column or whatever that was a few years ago that I would have like that would be cool to see in the game. I would personally like that. You know, they need to code it and everything. They might not be having like anything at all like done for each. Like they might be like having concept for like all three, or how many there is going to be. They might have concept for all three, but they don't have any of them coded at all. They then just start to make them once the vote has been completed. That could be the case why it takes a long time for them to be adding new things. And then again, I will say that I'm the type of person that I appreciate it more if they are willing to put more time into the update than try to rush it. Even though they are not the best. But, you know, they could be worse if they would be any earlier. Yeah. That would be very strange. I mean, they definitely have the, like, there is at least a possibility that they have, like, different ideas in mind for legendaries. And then they, like, finalize them and make the most amount of sense for those games, you know? They definitely have, like, extra ideas that are not in the games yet. But also there's the problem with like fan Pokemons to be added to the games is the copyright thing. That is like an issue with like if we would be having fan-made Pokemons in the games. Yeah, that would be quite nice. They like to go with pairs though. That go well together. It would be nice to though be seeing like something different. I think it's fair enough in Scarlet and Violet because you ride on the legendary, so they kind of need to function the same way. Because I mean, at the end of the day, Pokemon has always been red and blue. Or blue and red. But yeah, it would be quite nice to be getting something more interesting one day. One day indeed. But aren't like Shashi and Zamazenda supposed to be like siblings or something like that? I mean, the recent one that I would like to say that have different legendaries in the box art is the Alola games. Yeah, but they tie quite well together with the... like, they both help the hero, whatever that is told in the game. But yeah, it is. It would be cool to be getting. I would like to say that most likely one day again. But it really depends on, like, as I said with Scarlet and Violet, the legendaries were used so much on the traveling thing, so they kind of need to be similar. Because you need to be able to do both things on both games. Not all the things in both games, but yeah. Do be what it do be. Honestly, I would wish that the box art legendaries that they would be they would be like good amount in the game, but they wouldn't be really the main focus, weirdly. Yeah, it doesn't make too much sense, but it's Pokemon game. Most of the things don't make sense. What do you mean by Gen 9 legendaries, trio or duo? Because I don't really see them to be too related, because it's the past and the future with the Gen 9 legendaries. It's like the same thing, but one is in the future and one is in the past. But maybe they tie it somehow together with the Indigo disc. It's the Indigo disc, right? It's coming in 2 weeks or so. Yeah, it's normally trios, but there has been ones that definitely don't need a trio to be working. But what would be even a Gen 9 the trio? Because in base game we only have 2 legendaries. Or the box art legendaries, so it's like... yeah, maybe the DLC, the disc Pokemon could be like connecting part between the main game legendaries, but that's about it. But usually they are in the main game if there is a third one. But yeah. There has been the situations that there is technically a trio, but the third one is kind of iffy. Like, is it really needed for that? And like, is it real that much part of it or not? They are gonna be doing something with the past and the future in the DLC because the second part is more focused on the Area Zero, and there is gonna be at least the second part for the legendary past and future forms, Raiko and Gopalion, if I remember correctly. They are gonna be there. But like the Kitakami, it wasn't really focused on the Area Zero at all, or like past and the future. It was focused on its own whole thing. On the whole region. One of the only games to be having 2 regions. But yeah, of course, it remains to be seen before the second part drops in, how they will be handling the past and the future aspect of the games. And thankfully there is not that long of a wait either for each. I can't be bothered with it. Resetting in this game takes quite a while, in my opinion. And I don't mind getting any of the ones that I'm currently checking anyways. I don't mind facing. It's just, I don't know. Huh? What do you mean? Goatee? Oh, Game of the Year. I don't know. I think for me, even though I haven't personally played every game that I will be listing, Zelda, of course, is a very good candidate because it's Zelda. Because of the kingdom, that is. It is quite a good candidate. There was the thing that people liked both the Spider-Man game and the Super Mario Wonder. Yeah. I think those 3 are like my guesses for it. The only thing that I personally think that shouldn't be getting it is the Spider-Man. As good as the game might be, I just don't like games that are exclusive to like PlayStation because like it's not like I hate it, but it's just like we're like unfortunate. I understand like Nintendo games, like it's Nintendo's thing, so they are exclusive to Nintendo, but some games that are PlayStation exclusives, I don't think that they should be. It's very unfortunate in my opinion. You know, PlayStation has exclusives to the console that just for me, some of them don't make sense. As I said, it makes sense to me that if Nintendo makes something, they are only on Switch or any other Nintendo device. Because they make them, you know. But like something like Spider-Man, I don't understand why it is a PlayStation exclusive. Oh yeah. Yes. But still. I know that there is the thing that people liked it, but then again there was like a lot of people that were disappointed by it. You get what you mean? Nice. But yeah. I understand that there needs to be like a point for like buying the console, but at the same time, I just don't want to get a console because of one game. Yeah, it is pretty lengthy. Because, for example, I didn't get a Switch because I want to be playing Nintendo games, but specifically I got it because I want to play Switch games. But yeah, I will definitely never gonna be playing Spider-Man. I don't really like Spider-Man anyways. Don't really care about it at all, but yeah. I just hate that. Yeah. But then again, Tears of the Kingdom and most of actually it's only Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. They're the kind of Zelda games that if you want to, you can straight away go to the boss. It's just gonna be very hard. I think it took maybe... I think it took maybe... like... I don't know, like few days that we did play through Tears of the Kingdom. Like to beat the canon. And we only played like during the evenings. Because you know I'm streaming on the on the daytime. But yeah. Doopy what it doopy. Everyone likes what they like though. As I said, it is a very good candidate, this Spider-Man game, but... Oh, yeah, that is also the thing that I'm so glad that there is... Like, PlayStation is kind of losing the priority on some games releasing things. Like, it was the case that PlayStation did have, like, priority on Call of Duty series, that they did get it slightly beat earlier to them. But I'm pretty sure it's not the case anymore, because all the things that have been going on. Which is nice. And again, like a thing that I don't honestly understand why. But do be what it do be, I guess. Because I think it's kind of old school that if a game is supposed to be releasing in multiple different systems in similar time, that they don't like be available at the same time in every single console or device, whatever. Like, I thought we were past the time already. I will say though that I did like PlayStation 1. It's just the thing that Sid does go for most things that after they are like big enough company that they just want to be getting more and more money. Like, for example, in most consoles nowadays, if you want to be playing online, you have to pay a monthly fee for each. Some that are more reasonable than others, of course. But yeah. It'll be what it do be. Her Chromebook? Jeez. How old is it? That's a very good age, yeah. School ones, they are not the best. Oh god, it's 4 years old. Yeah, it is quite understandable. I will say Chromebooks are for me the kind of like laptops that they aren't too good. They're like fine for like, of course, like school things in this case, but for if you want to do anything else, they're like, you better just be getting something better. Yeah, have you tried to like play with worse graphics? It could be helping. If you worse the graphics, it might be helping. It can be hard on though, because they are quite already like light to begin with. Interesting. Mario 64 definitely seems like a game that would be requiring more power to be running. But then again, more unlike other emulators, they are better to be running in general. Some are built better than others. But yeah, it makes sense that you can't really play games that are on like 3DS because I don't know what is it with Chromebook, but Citra, it is quite a program that requires a lot of power from the computer. It makes sense that because, you know, Gen or like the 3DS, it has quite a good amount of features that do be requiring quite a good amount of power to be able to work. Is Chromebook one of those like in quotes special like laptop cases that it works with most of the Windows applications? Oh. Yeah. I will say that I personally, if I have the choice, I will always want to be having like just a regular laptop. Like Windows laptop. It could be because, you know, I'm more familiar with Windows, first of all, and second of all, I don't want to be learning things. But I hate when, like, there is, like, some applications that they don't work on everything. I remember that recently there has been an issue with my boyfriend's school things that someone starts to, like, write a document on in the like in the Teams, and since they started with Mac, like a MacBook or whatever, Mac device anyways, or iOS, whatever, anyone that is using Windows can't open it because for whatever reason it's still working with like the whatever is built in their like text editor. It's like, what? They're like literally creating it to the Teams. So it doesn't make any sense at all. You have been using it well, I see. Is it the laptop that the school provided for you, or was it a one that you yourself needed to buy for school? Did you even have options to buy like another one from somewhere else, or was it like you have to buy it from the school? Because I needed to buy a laptop for my studies, but it was like, here is the requirements that you need to fetch. And recommended for the place that I study in. That you would be having a Windows one because not everything works well in Mac or for Mac. Like books and whatnot. Yeah, I get it. We just need to buy, like, in general, here is the specs that you need to have, or here is the things that you need to be having with your laptop. And please it be Windows, because it's gonna be making everything easier. That's not that bad, but then again, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm not too surprised about a Chromebook. I don't really see them to be too good. As I said, they probably will be working fine for like schoolwork, but for nothing else, probably they're not like good at all. Yeah. The thing is that since we need quite powerful computers for like the place that I am studying still. It was like 300 euros because it needed to be like very good. You couldn't really be buying it any cheaper. You could, but then again, I much rather just spend a little bit more money and like let it last for years. Yeah. That's a good discount that you can get though. It always reminds me of the school laptops that were broken, like that were like you can only use in school kinds. There was a specific like classroom for them. Everyone was always like ripping the keys off. Still like the most ridiculous thing, like why? They were like, when I was using them, they were like actually 10 years old. They were so old that they weren't even sold anymore. Do you have a laptop though? Is it a requirement to be having one? Because it's quite a thing nowadays that you kind of need to be having some sort of a laptop. Yeah. I mean, most of the things nowadays are done digitally, which I personally will say that I like because you don't need to anymore like use paper for that. We did kind of have a ban for phones in our schools from grades 1 to 6. We technically wouldn't be allowed to be having a phone if it wasn't for a special occasion. It has been changed that you can have it, but you can't use it. But from grade 7 to 9 and like pretty much onward from there is that, or from 7 to 9 you can be using them while you're in a class. But if you like it's free time, then do whatever. And from that point, like from grades 9 and onward, or from grade 9 onward, you can, if you use it, it's your loss, you know? They don't really care. But yeah. I understand that they don't want you to be using phone while you're in the class. That is like completely understandable to me. Like we were allowed to be using phones in class on grades 7 to 9 if we wouldn't be specifically needing it for research. But that was like the only reason why we would be able to use it in class. But then again, I don't know how things have changed now because technology has gone up and it is more and more necessary nowadays. Since things are online and stuff like that. I heard that some schools even provide like laptops to everyone. I don't know, like it was at least for a while when, you know, there was a certain virus going on. You know, that you have to like study from home, and since school is free from here, or school is free in here, they kind of need to provide them. So they can monitor your Chromebooks? Is that what you mean? Yeah, that makes sense. They want to like kind of make sure that since they provided it for you with a cheaper price that you actually use it for things that it's supposed to be used for. Yeah. It's understandable. They want people to be actually studying. Does it specifically have to be a Chromebook, by the way? Can it be like just a laptop in general? Okay. Yeah. Do you always need to be running cloud-wise, or is it only when you're in class? Or doing like homework? Oh, that's a shame. It's a weird bottom. They do what they do, I guess. Can't really be saying anything to it, I would like to say. Yeah. Yeah, they don't want you to be actually doing the homework. Wow. Avoiding things. How dare you avoid the move? That is 95% accurate. Oh, yeah, it's one of those. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. I understand it, you know. It is the case in here, at least if we would be having like rooms that have computers in, or computer rooms, computer classes, whatever things. That, you know, they can monitor every single screen and indeed like block you from using it if you are using it for something other than you should be using it for. Yeah, that's probably the reason why they would be liking to ban the phones then. So people don't do that. Yeah. I don't know how they are working with computers in here because the way that like the school that I am in right now, it works quite differently from everything else. So I don't know like what other schools, how they would be working with this situation. Yeah. Because the thing is that when you like study like far enough like away from like mandatory things, they don't honestly care too much do you do your things or not. Like, are you working on when you are supposed to be working? They only care that you graduate in time, basically. That's the only thing that they care about, because like it's your loss. But then again, it was quite strict that you need to be having things done done in time. When I was in school from grades 1 to 9. After that you could be more free, which... Or I could be, at the time at least, more free with like... Whenever I will be ready with my things. And now it's like completely like... You have a schedule that you are supposed to be doing things, but... If you can, then do it later. Of course, it's recommended that you will be doing everything on time, but... If you don't have time for things, then they're more understandable in that. By the way, is there a rule on your school Chromebooks that you can't be having like certain applications like downloaded to them? Like you can only have like school related apps? Yeah. So there is a little bit of restrictions what you can do. Yeah. But yeah, it's understandable that you can't be using it for everything. Okay. I don't know what that is. Or I don't think so. But yeah, sometimes it is indeed interesting, like what... Oh, interesting. It is sometimes like in school computers, they do be blocking you from things. Of course, they don't want you to be breaking them and getting viruses and stuff like that. But the other thing is that they want you to be studying. Yeah, that's interesting that they don't vlog a site like that, though. They vlog on Netflix, but not a site that you can watch movies. Oh god. Why? Nothing shameful about it, but why at the same time when in school? I don't know about you, but I want that thing to be like a private thing. Do I watch it or not, you know? But each their own, I guess. But yeah, people, they tend to be weird sometimes, though. Okay. Weird people indeed. Yeah. Was a lot of weird things that I did have in my class as well. But yeah. There's some things that I would wish that people would be understanding, that they would be better off not to be known things. But yeah. I will say thankfully though that most of the dudes that were weird, you know, in school, that they have grown out of it. I don't really keep in touch with my old classmates because I honestly don't really care about most of them. I wasn't really friends with anyone in school. At least in my class, but yeah, I'm glad that they did, you know, grow up. Because, I mean, it would be strange if they would be acting sometimes the way that they did. But yeah, shiny Pokemon, question mark. Do they exist? Uh, 5k today will be at least it today. It's gonna be 700 checks then. See if I will be going for longer than that. Guess it do be depending on how long do BDs be taking. And also depending on do I find something or not. Because if I would be finding something, I might be not starting a new hunch. It's a lot of Farfetch lately, I love it. Love to see more of those dudes. Would be quite nice to also be running out of moves with you as well. Because that would be a very good amount of Farfetch to be seen in one day. Considering that the last time that I did do this, I didn't have like any Farfetch. This was like a week ago. It do be. Imagine if after all of these years they would be adding like soft resetting for Switch. Would be very nice. I would very much appreciate it. I also wonder if they will be bringing, you know, more Pokemon games to Switch anyways, like past ones. Will they need to like have a soft reset button combination for those games as well? Because I kind of would like to say yes. And yeah, maybe if they will be having those back, like actual main series ones. Which is, in my opinion, quite likely that they would be adding like past like Pokemon games to Switch. Considering that the 3DS support is gonna be gone. And they most likely would be liking to people be able to be playing them. The question is are they gonna be bringing back all the 3DS games? Because the problem with that is the touchscreen. Like how they're gonna be implementing that. I hope that they do it a little bit sooner than that, but they do what they do. It could be the possibility that they don't add them at all. It would be nice. As I said, especially considering that they have added like previous games to Switch. Surely are they behind a paywall, but I mean they were kind of behind a paywall on 3DS already. But as I said, with the 3DS there's the problem of the touchscreen thing. Or with DS as well. It's not that... It is in some games. In Pokemon games it's not that necessary. Because they either need to do like the touchscreen is working with the right like stick of the joysticks, for example. You know, that would be controlling the touchscreen. Or they need to be going to this stupid route of needing to have the what is it? Touchscreen to be only in handheld mode, which would be a bad thing in my opinion. But then again, don't know. But definitely the games before DS, they could be bringing them to the Switch. That is definitely a possibility. Yeah! I'll be doing them indeed. If nothing happens, that is... that will be preventing me from doing it. Like internet going down, but... I mean, I probably will be starting around this time. That no, not this time, but the time that I did start today. I would like to say that I would be going for like from now, like an hour at least, like forward or so. Depending on how things go, of course. How frustrating they will be. But yeah, I will probably be starting, like... For me, 4 hours from now was like 2 PM. Currently it is 6 PM. No, I don't make money from Twitch. Yet. Someday. Someday I will. Oh, hello, Farfetch. How are you? You want to give me like a nice big chain? Absolutely appreciate it. There was like one very nice streak today with you. Wouldn't mind to be getting another one. I was kind of thinking that if I will be able to get... If I will be getting into 5,000 if like in half an hour, I might be doing another 100 more. I think I soon need to be getting snack bar. Getting a little bit hungry. And go with that then for a while longer. Can indeed. Oh, you're boosted. I'm not gonna be checking you out. And though I don't need any more of you, but I'll be checking when it's boosted. Still, one thing that I would need to remember to do in Sword and Shield is to be getting more of the evolution items for Swirlix and Spritzy. Because the thing is that I kind of need them. I kind of need them. Not because I necessarily need them, but you know, it would be good to have just in case. It's not like they are the easiest thing to get anyways. It's same with the sweets that are for the nursery. They are also annoying to be getting. I understand that they are a little bit harder to be getting, but at the same time it's unfortunate. I would like it if they would be a little bit more easy to be getting. It's the only way to get in like one day a bunch of them is to be switching the time. I think it works. It's not like this game locks you out of daily things if you do be switching the time. Is there a specific way to do it? Yes, but apart from that, it's not that hard, honestly, to do. Only one specific way that you can, at least with dance, to be moving forward. Then again, that could be like one of the weird things that is, for whatever reason, is like blocked if you would be trying to get more of them. But yeah. Doobie, what did doobie though? Doobie, what did do? I don't know why, but I suddenly got a feeling that I want to be doing a random dance. Not Dynamics Adventures, but a random dance. Weird. Oh, you sometimes do be getting feelings like that. Speaking of which, I need to remember to put my other Switch to charge today. So I can join in temporarily with my other Switch to the Dynamax Adventures. And do we really do that? Guess who most of the time forgets it. And then it's like, oh god, I have like 5 minutes until I need this to be fully charged. Definitely couldn't be me. Most definitely not. I think I will be hitting 50, then I will be going ahead and getting a snack bar. And quite possibly eat it. Quite possibly eat it indeed. I thought there was something weird going on with the Minchino encounter, like the grass glitched through it or something. I don't think that there was anything like that. This looks strange. Strange indeed. I'll do one more encounter then I'll be getting the snack bar. Love their normal Minchino. Yeah, I'll be back. There we go. I think we're gonna be soon leaving this patch of grass because at least one of them has already turned into something that I don't want to necessarily encounter. It's quite likely that we'll be getting soon out of here. Which wouldn't be too bad at all. Oh. I guess I need to encounter the Wobble Fight then. There we go. I guess we're not gonna be leaving that soon then. There's again one more empty spot. I might need to try and remember for next time that I will be hunting the far-fetched. I might need to remember to, you know, get some new moves to the Pokemons by healing them. I understand that in game point perspective they need to be having some sort of limitations for the moves, like you don't have infinite amount of them. But I think like in real life you could be kind of thinking that it would be like you just get bored of doing the same thing over and over again. I think that would be like kind of like what would be happening in real life. I'm bored of doing whatever it is. Is that at least like the only one that I can come up with that need kind of would be making sense? Again, the thing is that it's a game. How much sense it's gonna be to be making is most of the time next to nothing. One thing that I will say though in games that I sometimes find frustrating though is that when you will be doing and you will be having a game that has kind of a feature from real life, like actually like referencing a thing in real life, like it is like specifically said and stuff, and then it doesn't work as it should be. I think the most time, like when things are trying to be like in real life and then like measurements are wrong, I think that is the thing that I dislike the most. But yeah, interesting to know. Very interesting to know. But yeah. As I said, like games, they most of the time they do be working with their own sets of rules, and I don't mind that. I just, if it's indeed specifically said that it's drawing from something in real life, I would wish that, you know, it would be then working like in real life. Oh, fishing, I see. You are fishing? It's quickly, nice. Magikarp. Good to see you, Magikarp. I hope you give me very good luck that from that I was able to find you. I hope you do. Yeah. Still something that I want to do someday. Do the fishing, do a fishing shiny from this game, like actually that I'm hunting for a shiny from fishing. But yeah. I think one like neat thing that Pokemon games probably are never gonna be having is, you know, when there is a special like effect going on when you throw the Pokeball, like with the luxury ball that I have with this one. What if it, like the special animation for the Pokeball and the shiny sparkles would be happening at the same time? I think it could be quite neat. I don't really think that it would be the case ever, but could be cool. Could be quite cool indeed. Cat is again going hiding underneath the big bear. AKA the big stuffed animal. I hope she is gonna be fine. Always the scary thing is that does she get stuck there and can't get out? Oh boy, what funny animals they can be sometimes. Also, Cat has anyways been having like in the last few days having issues to be getting like what is it? Like away from like not how to word things. She has been having issues to get out of or get out underneath the blanket. Like few nights ago she like did struggle to get out of there for whatever reason. And she literally needed to climb on top of me and then she could be getting out of there. I don't know why she struggled. And yesterday when I was sleeping for a few hours, she was struggling to get out as well. I mean, that time I did know that I was kind of like blocking it. Not by... Like, I didn't intentionally do it, but you know, I was asleep and you know, my hand just was blocking it, you know. And you know, she does tell you, she does show you that she wants to get out. She does very much make sure that you know that she wants to get out. Or the same thing that when she wants to get underneath the or under the blanket as well. I will say one thing that I'm very glad about that the cat hasn't been doing, at least so far, is that, you know, since you can't always be closing like the covers for the blanket, that like little gap there where you shove the bang it in there. I'm glad that she hasn't gone there, because I remember that I used to do that when I was a kid. And I know that some pets like to do that as well, you know, to go hiding there. But she doesn't really want to do it at all. I mean, she probably doesn't want to do it because she wants to be as close as possible to, like, actually touching us. Jeez. Definitely something else with that. She is indeed. Very interesting. Look at, she is... What do you have? Hello. How are you doing? The dude is sleepy. How dare you be sleepy? Nice. Good luck with the hunch then. Oh. Nice. Were you hunting each? Are you planning on changing the weather so Absol will be there then every day, or are you just gonna be hunting on the days that it's the correct weather? Yeah, I think it's the DLC exclusive, yeah. I don't think that the year matters. Like, there is like specific like areas in the wild area that they have like on certain days of the month they have a certain weather. Like on the first of the month, it's the mainland of Galar has a certain weather. On the 15th, there is in the Isle of Armor, and on the last day of the month, there is special weather going on in the Crown Tundra. Yeah. It is a shame sometimes how long you need to be going for certain weather to be active. Yeah, there is like quite a good articles about it. Yeah, I get it. There's nothing wrong with going like specific day that is a long time ago, but another easy one to remember is that certain days of the month will always be on certain weathers. And yeah, good luck with the hunt. You have the shiny charm, yes. I'm searching of Sword and Shield, and the first picture that I have to see is a shiny Sobble. What? Yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, it is nice like that. Yeah, if you want to learn about the locked weathers, you can just search up in Cerebi for weather in Sword and Shield. There it says the dates, or you can use another guide for it, like IGN. But I just like the Cerebi one because it is quite clear. And it's like every year in that day. 5k, let's go! Yeah. I like checking them one by one. I don't mind doing the hunts on Scarlet and Violet. I did do one on Wednesday and it was quite fun because I haven't played it in a while. If nothing else, the next time I will be playing them will be when the DLC will be dropping out that day. Or the second part. Yeah, I get it. If you don't want to be getting a shiny charm in Scarlet and Violet. I don't think that it's per se too easy, but at the same time I don't think that a shiny charm is too necessary in Scarlet and Violet. Because you just see so many encounters anyways. And I think that honestly in that game there is way cooler ways to be boosting your odds. Even though I don't use them, but like sandwiches is like a cooler way. Because I think sandwich plus like anything else is a little too overkill. Yeah. But then again, I will say that you don't really, if you don't individually count the amount of Pokemon you see in Scarlet and Violet, you don't really realize how close it is to odds most of the time. That's why I wanted to count my encounters when I was doing the badge quest. At least for most of them. Because some were like, they just popped up. I wasn't counting because I was doing something else, like moving into an area that I was going to be doing the next, you know, story thing. But yeah. It is indeed something sometimes like that. Sometimes you just can be getting 12 random, like full odds shinies as well, and you're like, what? But that is quite unlikely if you're not hunting on multiple systems. Yeah, honestly, it is. That is why I tried to hunt on my birthday for the Destiny mark. Definitely not because it's the only time of the year that you can do it if you don't want to switch your raids. But yeah, it is cool. I will say though that unfortunately, since there is a title mark, I don't know how much it affects it. It just feels like that the rare mark even isn't that rare. But yeah. Doobie, what a doobie. They're gonna be at some point adding something even rarer than marks, and then they will be the cool thing. Then you need to be getting a shiny mark and a new rare thing. And then they make the new rare thing not to be that rare anymore. Yeah, I would wish to. Like, it doesn't need to be necessary like it's like two separate ones, but like have variations that they could be. Like, they don't need to be like two completely different looking ones, but have like variation. It would be very nice. Even though they did kind of break them, they don't work as they were supposed to be working. But apart from that, it was very nice. I don't think that I still have gotten like the rarer one from the places. AKA I haven't gotten from breeding, I haven't gotten a square one. I don't really breed for too many though. And I haven't got the star one from random ones. Do you know, by the way, is Dynamax Adventures like guaranteed to be stars, or is there a small chance for them to be squares? Yes, it is possible to get starred wild ones. Where you have gotten 12 shinies? In Shield random ones? Or in Dynamax Adventures? Yeah, there is a chance to be getting star ones from a wild. It was supposed to be that it was 1 in 16 for square ones, but it got messed up and it's the other way around. It is 1 in 16 to be getting star ones in the wild instead of the intended square ones. But from like eggs, it's the other way around. It's rare to be getting square ones. But yeah, I haven't gotten a single star one from wild. Only ones that I've been getting are from Dynamax Adventures and from the eggs. I don't remember how curry ones work. Oh yeah, the other one that I think is more common to be stars than squares as well is the Reggies. I think those are as well. At least I have mostly seen people to be getting them to be stars instead of squares. But then again, luck is luck at the end of the day. Oh. Oh, why do I? But yeah, it's interesting. Oh, well. Nice. I got Skarmory one day when I was like randomly just like checking out the daily Pokemons, you know, that spawn daily. And I did hunt for Delmice when we were on a cruise ship, funnily enough. Alcremie is gonna be a harder one if you are not gonna be going like trying to get it from DAs. Because it's such a pain. It's so low chance Milcery anywhere. And definitely I also want to be going for a Milcery at some point. Honestly, I want to check out. I meant to check out this like a long time ago. These are the two ones that I did get from Dynamax Adventures. I never checked out what sparkles they are. I'm assuming that they're gonna be star. This is the more likely one, if not guaranteed one. Yeah, stars. Oh yeah! Yeah, that's true. It is true that it's only female. Weirdly specific if you ask me for a whipped cream to be always female, but anyways. Are you also stars? Yes. Those are the two ones that I've been getting from Dynamics Adventures. I was supposed to be checking the sparkles like so long time ago. Is there really a like encounter calculator for Gen or Sword and Shield? Like there is for older generations? I would sometimes absolutely love to be having each. I've been trying to find, but I always find the one that is before Switch, and it doesn't help. But yeah. It's nice. Yeah, are you planning on hunting Milcery on the route or in the wild area? Oh, are you gonna be doing in which area? There's two areas that it's available in the wild area. I will still say that my thing with wild area hunts is that if it's weather based, I hate them because... Okay, yeah. There. Is the area where, like, is Togepi an option or whatever? What is a pool in there on foggy weather? Because there's two areas for it. No, another one. Yeah, that's the problem with the Milcery, that it's only in random grass. And in wild area it can sometimes be a pain to be getting random encounters, if you ask me. It's also a shame that, you know, Farfetch'd is only available... Oh, wrong bus. Well, wrong button. It's unfortunate that Farfetch'd is also kind of one of those Pokemons. It is available in the overworld, but only in here. Or as a 5%, or in a wild area in one weather in 5%. And I'd rather just be here than bother with the dates. Because if it's a 5% there anyways, why bother with it? Also in here I can choose at least which Pokemons I encounter if there's gonna be aggressive Pokemon on there. I mean, maybe if I run out of everything that you want in here, then I might be like switching it to there, but we shall see. Also, how do you feel about like Q-Charm and those kinds of things not working anymore? In Scarlet and Violet, I mean. I think it's sad. I know that the sandwiches or the meal powers like kind of replaced it, but it's kind of sad at the same point that they get removed. You know, like abilities like Cute Charm, they don't work outside of battle anymore in Scarlet and Violet. How do you feel about that? As I said, for me, I don't really like that change. Kind of make some of the abilities to be a little bit more useless than they used to be. Yeah. Well, and as I said, I understand because sandwiches did kind of like replace them, but at the same time, why? Why it was a necessary thing to remove them? I mean, at least like the only one that I'm like a little bit of sad, even though I personally wouldn't be using, is Cute Charm. Like, that is the only one that I'm more upset about, because of the female-only evolutions. But yeah. Quite sad. Because they were like kind of useful in certain situations in older games, because you could just have a Cute Charm Pokemon or a Harvest Pokemon to be boosting certain things about Pokemons. Because as I said, the types did get like replacement with the sandwiches, but I'm pretty sure that there isn't like an opposite gender like sandwich power or meal power. Which is sad. Maybe they thought that the Cute Charm would be breaking the game again, like in Gen 4. I don't know. But at least I will say Flame Body does work outside of battle with eggs. Imagine they removing that. Oh god. Oh no. Yeah. But it's still like a sad thing. Would have been nice to be having it, because that is like the thing that is problem with Pokemon games sometimes, since things change over time. And then you need to think that, was this a feature already? Was it removed? What is going on? And sometimes you always need to be like double checking that, hey, does this work on this generation? Because guess who tried to use Flash Fire on Gen 4 to try and get more fire types? Because I'm used to it. Even though I don't use it too much, but it's like common knowledge for me for like newer Pokemon games. It's just common knowledge to me, you know. But yeah, they did quite drastically change everything in Scarlet and Violet, so like, of course they need to be making some changes for the game not to be breaking completely. That's understandable. Even though the game definitely doesn't have any single bug. Definitely doesn't have frame issues. But hey, it's fine. It is what it is. 800 might be the goal that we will be hitting today then. The amount of checks. Not too bad in, like to say, in 5 hours and 20 minutes maybe? It'll be taking more than that. 20 minutes to be, 15 minutes to be getting the final like 16 counters. Sure. I will still say one thing though, is that I personally don't understand the people that can do Dynamax adventures like 5 hours a day every single day. I don't understand those people. I understand like if you would be doing like for like 2 hours, like few checks there and then do something else, but 5 hours every single day, DAs. I mean, I want to say that I can be doing random encounter hunts for 5 hours every single day, but you know it's different. But then again, there is like different people like to hunt different ways, so nothing wrong with that, of course. But I just couldn't be putting up with it myself. Could be because I just don't like DAs in general sometimes, because they are so many times such a luck fest. And also because spending 20-ish minutes on each attempt, it doesn't feel like I'm making progress, and I like the feeling that I'm making progress. But hey, that's why I do it once a week for like 5 to 6 hours. It's good enough for me for the week. It's good enough for me for the week, indeed. Like, I will say that sometimes I do DAs like for like a little while on my own as well. Not too often. It's usually like 1 or 2. They are fun. And then again, I also kind of understand why some people enjoy it, because it's fun thing to do with friends. It's a quite fun thing to do with friends, indeed. But then there's the problem, you need to have friends. Yeah, well, the whole hunt will be continuing tomorrow. Will there be anything too special going on there? Probably not. Probably gonna be able to do like quite decently lengthy one indeed, because last week we were cleaning, so I kinda need to end earlier than I would like to. But I think this week I should be able to get a good amount of them done. But I will say it already, even though I will be saying it again sometime next week, that next week I'm not gonna be doing Saturday, I'm gonna be doing Sunday instead. If everything goes as they are said right now. I have plans on Saturday, so Sunday it is. Actually, technically now my Sundays are also free, but I still probably will be having a Sunday to be my other off day. The other one is most likely gonna be Wednesday. Still, but it can be changing. So whenever, if I'm feeling another day that I want to have an off day, or if for whatever reason on Wednesday I won't really want to stream. But surprisingly enough, I'd rather be sleeping. Surprisingly enough, sometimes it's good to sleep when you're very sleepy. And yeah, as I said, also good amount of Farfetch today. I don't think that I will be able to get 9 more of Farfetch to show up today, so I will be running out of moves with this dude as well. But I think we should be able to get like decently close, especially if this one wants to be calling a bunch of friends. Then it is indeed time to heal up after like the Ace tomorrow / whenever I will be hunting next. Oh, get out of under the bear. Oh god, you're so staticky today. Like the 3rd shock that you have been giving me today. Jeez. Cat is very staticky today. $800 though, not too bad. The scary thing is that next time that I will be hunting for the Farfetch'd, I have a scary thought for that, and it will be that I will be able to hit the 6,000. I don't know what is my luck, and my every single my 1 in 4K shinies are gonna be going to like 6K at least. At least the more memorable ones in this game. Oh boy. They are fun, aren't they? And yeah, the thing is still that like at times I will say that I would wish that I could just get the shiny charm in this game and be the kind that I can turn it on and off. I know it's not gonna ever be happening because I've kind of made or every single charm, if you have them, to be active. And considering that you can't turn EXP share off, that you know, that would be great implication of that they are never gonna be making charms to be working like that. Also, could please the next game that we'll be having EXP charm that it will be available a little bit earlier. Because it's just like Hey, cool, you got into a new place. Here is an EXP charm for your Pokemon that are level 80. Cool. Of course, I know that some people do be playing the games like they want to be getting a new team for the DLC, but I'm not one of those dudes. I can't be bothered with it. But I guess for that it would be good. I honestly wouldn't mind if we would be able to get the EXP charm on the point where like you're around level 40, 50, or like going to there like when like Pokemons will be obeying you up to level 40 or 50. Because then I don't think that it's too early, but at the same time it would be useful. As I said, is it really worth it to be having an EXP charm on a game that you have already been beating and will probably be using the same team to defeat the DLC? No. But it could be even though that even if you would be getting it around like level 40 or 50, that, you know, it would be kind of optional, that you need to be talking to a specific person to be getting it. Kind of like what Oval Charm is like, you know. I wouldn't mind that personally. Because if you think that games are too easy, don't get it then. But if you want to be getting it because you don't want to be grinding for absolutely hours upon end, then, you know, you can get it. And as I said, be somewhat useful. Surely EXP can be sort of thing nowadays. But at the same time, they are kind of a pain sometimes to be getting. They are. But I mean, at least in Scarlet and Violet there is easy way to be farming chances. You know, good XP. So there is that at least. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hello, Brad. Chino, it has been a while. Been bunch of stuff also lately. Very nice of you to show up, indeed. Appreciating it. Let's see on the hunt for final Farfetch starts though. So I'm kind of wishing that I would be able to get moving from here. I think there's something boosted there. Maybe? Can't see it fully, but there might be something boosted over there. It could be the grass though. Oh. It was something yellow at least. It was a Farfetch. So that is where I did get the thinking that it would be the aura then. Makes sense. Now would be the perfect time to be having a good streak of Farfetch'd, but nope. I'm kinda hoping that in the next push there will be one Farfetch'd, so I don't need to be moving somewhere else in order to be checking for Farfetch'd. Also today, I haven't been getting too many random encounters. I mean, they are fairly easy to avoid, but sometimes you are running into them more than others. If they're just placed in the very correct way for you. For me, it's mostly that I think that they are already gone, without them actually being gone already. Well. One begins then for the Farfetch'd. Since there was none in there. I hope also that it would be on the EEST bush as well, so I wouldn't need to be encountering something that I don't necessarily want to be encountering, like swirlings. Wobbuffet would be worse because Shadow Tag, but I mean, I can always get around with leading with a Ghost type, but I do be seeing the other 5%. Not only swirlings, they're cool. Love to see swirlings. Let's have just 3 Refluence in a row, right? Jeez. It's taking a while today to be the game to be actually showing me. There we go, a Farfetch'd. Kind of hoping that you will be something else than swirlings. Or you would be turning into something else than swirlings. So there's a swirlings already there. The stuff. So I did see for the last 3 encounters all the ones that I'm checking. Nice. Let's check out the final Farfetch'd then of the day. Need to be looking quite regular. But yeah, it's gonna be it for today, indeed. Tomorrow, as I said, we'll be doing the Danox adventures for Evil Bacon Board, aka Eveltal. Feel free to join in if you want to. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around though. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!